Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Sunday Morning Sprints. We are doing boot camp sprints, so I will figure out some sort of exercise or stretches. I will probably do some for my shoulders and my neck because I've been having a little bit of pain over the past couple days. I think it's just in relation to when I had my neck injury. But let me know if you're here, what you're reading, what you're working on. As you can see by my little thing here, I will be cleaning up the library and reading City of Ashes. City of Ashes is my barracks book, I believe. So I will be reading that. But first, I want to try to finish the library. So let's see who all is here, and then we'll go into our first sprint. Sorry, I have a little one that has walked in, so he was asking me a question. Go away. He is full of questions this morning. Let's see who all is here. Swank is here. Howdy, everyone. Happy Milk Day, Happy World Thank You Day, and Happy Hot Toddy Day. Wow. I don't typically drink milk unless I am either using it in a recipe or if I'm having cereal, and I don't have cereal often. Maybe I'll try to have some, maybe I'll do some chocolate milk. I can't drink a lot of milk. Christina is here reporting for duty drill instructor Alicia. Good morning. Good morning, Christina. What are we reading or working on today? Bootcamp Readathon announcements, TBRs, and recommendations playlist. Be sure to check that out. We also have the recruits. Remember to salute the like button and make sure to report for duty by subscribing, and be sure to stop by the mess hall and get some hydration in. Yes, and please also, if you are here and haven't hit the like button, be sure to do that because I did check this morning and I am at 352 subscribers. So I am 48 away from my 500 goal, which is amazing. So if you haven't hit the like button and subscribed yet, please consider doing so. I would greatly appreciate it. Plus, you get notified on all the future content coming and when we have sprints on Sundays and now book club sprints on Wednesdays. Also, if you stop by the mess hall, let us know what you had, post pictures in the Discord, and don't forget to stop by the arts and crafts tent, post pictures of projects in the Discord too. There is the bootcamp Discord link. Be sure to check it out. I have to go and add a couple of updates myself. There is the convoy link. This, I believe, will have all of the, who's next. And if you're not on the convoy, you can report to the next drill instructor, your booktube bestie Coda, at 6. I think I'm going until 3 today, so there'll be a small gap in between. Christina says, get some. Kat is here. Good morning, Alicia and friends. I started Web of Evil by J.A. Jans this morning. I'm currently writing a blog post. Ooh, yay. I will post the link as well, so if anybody who is also doing boot camp wants to join in, I need to do that real quick because I'm forgetful, and I should have done it before I started. I'm a bad YouTuber. Not really, but I forget that there's like a process, and I forget that process sometimes, and I probably should have done this beforehand. So let me post the link for anybody who wants to come in, because I see Kelly. I don't know if Kelly can join in, but for anybody else, Kelly wants to join in, and there, I posted it. It's in the Discord. So we'll see. We'll see. But Kelly says, happy time zone, Alicia. How was last night, Kelly? Did you enjoy a night out with the family? Nadim is here. Hello, good morning. Jen is here. Hi, Alicia and chat. I'm going to work on today's chapters of The Nightingale, and then I'll switch to The Old Gal's Bucket List. I've never heard of that one. Have you started that one? How are you liking it? And The Nightingale, I believe I've heard of that one. Hopefully you're enjoying that one as well. Jen says, I feel like I have a lot of things to do today. It could just be Sunday's Scariest, and they're all swirling around in my head, so our brain dump might be in order. Yeah, I would say so. I kind of do the same thing because I know that there's things that I have to do during the week, and I don't want to do them. And then Sunday comes along and it goes, hello, remember that you have to do the things, and I don't want to do the things. But today I did say that my word for the year was completion, because I need to start following through, not procrastinating, and completing the things that I want to get done. So far, so good. I've completed 2 of my projects. The next one is going to be a little harder to get into, because it's just me having to remember things that I should have written down or I wrote down, and I have to find where I wrote it down because I have to fill in some of the stuff for my kids' baby books. And it's not going to be too hard because I just have to like print out the pictures that are going to go in the baby book. So once I do that, then I'll be able to kind of like jog my memory of that time period. It's not too far in the past, but you know how it is. Like sometimes you forget. And I hope that, like I said, I wrote it down. It's just a matter of finding where I wrote it down. So that might be easier said than done. Kat says, yes, we need to get you to 500, Alicia. You definitely deserve it. Thank you, thank you. I would like to. That's one of my goals, is to get to 500 and then work towards the 1,000. Kelly says, I'm editing a video, then we'll listen to Legendborn while walking the dog and showering. Nice, nice. Very productive. Christina says, working on coffee and contemplation time with messages. Then we'll be crafting diamond painting, maybe. I did order some diamond paintings with some of the Christmas money that I had. And I don't know what it is with my packages that I got last week, but I had 2. I had 2 packages come in. And I had ordered a pack of like the Tombow markers. You know how you can get like the 10-pack? And I ordered a set of those in galaxy colors. And for whatever reason, I ordered 1, but I got 3. It was like they sent So, like, this I thought was the markers, right? Which in all reality, it is the markers. But I ordered one, so I should have only gotten this one. But then they sent me two more. I don't know. I'm not complaining, but I didn't order them. I only ordered the one. So now I have three. My only guess is that when I ordered it, I ordered one, right? But whoever fulfilled the order, my guess is, I don't know if you'll be able to see this, but it says 10 pack right there, but they probably didn't see that it says 3 each. They probably thought that this just had one in it, and then they just grabbed it and sent it. But I contacted Amazon and said, what do I need to do? Because I ordered one, they sent me three, right? And so they thanked me for being honest, and they said they will look into it, and they said I could keep the markers. It probably cost more to have them sent back than it is to just let me keep them. So I don't know. I might use some of them as for like a giveaway purpose, because I have the 500 subscriber thing in the future. So whenever I do reach that, maybe I'll do like a giveaway. And then the other package was my diamond paintings. I ordered 6 items. I received 7. Somehow they put 2 of the diamond paintings in the package, and I only ordered 1. So I have 2. I have a duplicate of one of the ones I ordered. I also reached out to Diamond Art Club and said, hey, I'm not complaining, but I just wanted to let you know that I ordered 6 items and I received 7. Do I need to do anything? And they said, thank you for your honesty. Send us pictures of the items, the shipping label, and the packing label. So I sent them pictures of all that. They said they would forward it to whoever needed to know about it and that I could keep the kit. Okay. Well, so I don't know. I might use that as a giveaway as well. Do like an arts and crafts like giveaway and a journaling giveaway of sorts. So I don't know. There's things in the works now, and it just happened, But I look forward to doing all the diamond paintings. I got a couple of different ones. I've got some of the little, I think they're called mini dazzles. There's a couple of those that I picked out. So there's 3 different ones, and then I picked out 3 like slightly bigger ones, but not like as big as my Harry Potter one. They're smaller than that. So we'll see what happens. But they're now part of my completion project. Everything has to be completed by the end of the year. Christina says the Maker's Quest Crafterathon. I don't know why I have a hard time saying that. Because I see crafter and I see thon, but I can't put them together. Either way, a year-long creative adventure for crafters everywhere announcement that is there. Yes, please go check that out. It is amazing. Also, a Craft With Me live. Whose channel is this on? Is this on Tallulah's, or is this someone else? I don't remember if there was more than one or if it was just her. I guess I could look at my subscription. Duh. I don't see it right away, so I have to look for it. But we will check that out. Go check it out. If you are a crafter, go join. Swank says, howdy, pretty kitty. That's my Ralphie. Ralphie has been hanging out this morning. Christina says, good morning, Kat. I don't know why I feel so tired. I just got like this wave of like, I really want to go to sleep right now. Andy's here. Hi, Alicia and pals. Christina says morning to Jen. Poked the like button gently. Thank you. We don't like harshness around here. Just a boop is all we need. Christina says hi to Andy. Nadim says, I'm currently reading The Love Hypothesis by Ali Hazelwood. How are you liking it? That is one of the ones that I enjoyed very much. I mean, I've enjoyed all of Ali Hazelwood's books so far. I do still have a couple to read because I have not read Check and Mate, Not in Love, and I haven't read the newest one. What was her newest one? The summer problematic summer romance. That one. I have not read that one yet. And then Mate. I need to read that one. Mine is purple. If any of you know that there's different colors out there, the original cover for Mate is green, but mine is purple because mine's the Barnes and Noble exclusive. I don't know why they chose purple, but I have purple. And then mine is, it has like a picture on the inside. So, and then I think it was Target. Target has a blue one, a blue cover. So they have blue, green, and purple. You're okay. I'm sorry. I know. I keep moving the chair. So hopefully you are enjoying the Love Hypothesis. Let us know. Kelly says, I wish I could, but I won't be able to sit and read until after book club. Fair. Christina says, and doing some sprint hopping. I will have to go say hello to some of the fellow sprinters as well. Christina says, 48 hours of Arc Madness sprint shuttle. Current session is at the top. There you go. I've been bouncing around to those as well. Kelly says, it was so good to see Chef Steve again and eat his amazing food. The brewery was super cool, and they had a live band, and that's not what I want when I want to hang. Oh, you didn't like the live band? Oh, was it too loud? I know sometimes those can be like way too loud. But hopefully everything else was good. Anne says, good morning, Alicia. You should absolutely read Theo of Golden by Alan Levi. On the surface, it appears to be a simple story, but it is very profound. I think I've heard of this one before. I will write it down, though. I will look for it, see if my library has a copy of it. There was one book that I was looking up this morning. What was it? The Correspondent, I think it is. I was going to see what the wait was for that one. Yeah, it might be a while before I read that one because I was like, oh, I'll just put it on hold or whatever and get to it when I get to it. There's already over 200 holds for the physical copy. And they only have 40, I think it was 45 copies in the library system, and that's like across 26 libraries in my county. And they had over 200 holds. And it was even worse for the audiobook and the ebook. The ebook had over 700 holds, and then the audiobook also had over 200 holds. And I was like, yeah, we're not getting to this anytime soon. I understand that it's a new release, but dang. I'll wait. I will wait. So I'll see if this one, the Theo of Golden, maybe I'll read that first and then go to the Correspondent, because that's a lot. That's a lot. Let me star that so that I don't forget the title. Jen says that, Kelly says to Jen, that's the first thing I did when I woke up this morning, categorized and listed my priorities for the week. Yeah, I need to do that. I need to write my to-do list. Kelly says hi to Anne. Leslie is here. Good morning. Let us know what you're reading or working on. Kim is here. Good morning. I'm reading a nonfiction this morning. You Are a Magnet by Amber Leon. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that correctly in one way or the other. Have 2 more of my own mini sprints to go. You're having mini sprints? Is this on YouTube? Did I miss something? Or are you just not, you're not like actually doing it on YouTube. You're just doing it on your own. Let us know how you're liking the book. I think I remember seeing this in your TBR video. Beth Ann, let me know if I'm incorrect or if you'd like to be called something else. But hello, good morning. I'm new here, but enjoying the BCR sprints and all the cool new channels I'm being introduced to. Yeah, welcome in. Let us know what you're reading or working on, and we're going to get started with the first sprint shortly. I'll leave this video on in the background and be in and out as I parent and make my kids do chores. I'm very popular over here. Now I get it. My kids usually have to clean their rooms on Sunday too. I have 2, and one is he likes to push his boundaries. So he's like, okay, I cleaned my room. But you can see where he has shoved it. But we do have to go through their rooms because, you know, obviously Christmas happened. So we have to go through and say, okay, do you still play with this? If not, let's move it out so that we can move the new stuff in. Because you can't keep everything, right? So we have to do some rearranging. Anne says, did you pay for 3? I did not. If you're talking about the markers, yeah, I only paid for 1. I ordered 1, they sent me 3. So, but now I own 3 because Amazon said just to keep them. Kat says, I'm glad they didn't overcharge you for the markers. Me too. And I got confused because at first I thought maybe I'd accidentally ordered 3. And I was like, oh man, now I'm gonna have to return these. And then when I went back to look at my order, it said I'd only ordered 1. And I was like, hold on. Why, if I only ordered 1, why do I have 3? I mean, I'm not complaining or anything because, you know, markers dry up and I could use the markers. But at the same time, like, I didn't order 3. So I'm glad that they said I could keep them, but at the same time, I'm just like, you guys goofed. Good morning, bargain counter argument. If there's something else that you would like to be called, let us know. Otherwise, I just call you bargain. But good morning. First time here, welcome in. We love a new visitor. Let us know what you're reading or working on this morning. Christina says hi to Leslie. Jen says that would be a great $500 or $500 500 subscriber giveaway, right? Either you have your choice of like a journal, because I think I have an extra journal, but you can get a notebook and some markers, or you could get a diamond art. It would be something that says home sweet home. That was the extra one that I got. I'll find it. It's over there in the corner where I store my stuff. I'll pull it out and so you guys can see it. Christina says good morning to Kim. Those are lucky things. Congratulations. Thanks. It's just shocking, I guess, because I don't expect to be given extra. And I always think, I'm like, well, how did this happen? Like, if I only ordered 1 and they gave me more than, I'm like, was the person not paying attention? Were they distracted? Did they not think that they got it and then added an extra one by mistake? Or is it like an automated thing and there's like a robot gathers? I don't know. I always just wonder about like, how does it work? I want to know how things work. Christina says hi or morning to Beth Ann. Good morning, Sock. Oh, is that bargain counter? Is that Sock? Let me know. Kim says morning to Christina. Christina says Tula's channel today. Okay. I'll have to pop in. Kat says good morning to Christina. Hi, Nadim. I have a piece of furniture to assemble. Ooh, what kind of furniture? I always love getting stuff from like IKEA and then putting it together. Nadim says hello to Christina. Kelly says mate. Yes, I have that one to read. I've read the first one. I just haven't read Mate yet. Welcome in, Sock, says Christina. Hope you are well today. Nadim says, Allie Hazelwood is my auto-buy author. Same. I will buy anything that Allie Hazelwood puts out. She has a new one coming out, I want to say February, called and it's like a gamer type romance. So I'm excited to see what that one's about. She also had another one, but it's only in ebook format. It's called Bound. I think that's like a werewolf shifter type. I could be wrong. Or it's no, I think that's the professor one. There's a professor and student. Christina says hi to Ralphie. Yes, everyone's saying hello, Ralphie. He has moved. You can't see him. He's now down here next to me. So, he's hiding out. Bargain says to Christina, hi, Christina. Yep, she spells it with a K, I believe. I ended up doing more this morning than expected, and now I don't want to. Fair enough. Take a break. Relax. Here is if you're not on the shuttle, join in. This is Book Dreamer Allie, Anna. This is Anna's Sprints. Is this for, which one is this for? The Arc Madness? Let me reset. Yes, she's doing Arc Madness the weekend. All right. Christina, LOL Sock, I woke up with the not wannas, and it is with a K. Yes, I kind of did the same. It's going around. To Christina, my mom is recovering nicely, so she had a shower and I changed her sheets. I also lugged the parts to my furniture piece upstairs, and now I'm ready for restorative reset. Nice. Kim says, nope, just sprinting alone, reading for 45 minutes total, but that feels like a lot, so I broke it down into 15 minutes. I've done 30 minutes so far. Fair enough. Christina says, welcome in, Beth Ann. Been seeing you in all of the BCR. Glad you found this group. Yes, we are a wonderful bunch of people and booktubers. So join us, make new friends. I needed coffee. Coffee is life. Anne says, I looked all over NYC last week for the correspondent, and it was sold out all over. When we were at the train station on the way, we went into a newsstand, and there it was. My wife thought it was hysterical. Oh, wow. That's funny. I'm glad you found it. It does sound like it's going to be a popular book, though. Everyone is seeing it. It's just like there was a TikTok, she recently made a cookbook. I forget her name. I have it. I bought the last copy in my Barnes and Noble. But apparently the lady was saying that it's been very popular. If you go on, I think she's on Instagram too. I'll find the cookbook, but she does like aggressive recipes. So, and I've been through that book, and I'm like, let me try everything because she's got some stuff in there. I'm just like, can I eat that now? A bargain says to Kim, ooh, I love both whimsy and narratives. Kim says, I like the book so far. It gives actual tasks you can do or journal prompts, etc., which I appreciate in a self-help / growth book rather than just info with no way to put it to use. Yes. And I got a new one. I'll have to find it. But if you've read Atomic Habits, they now have a workbook for that one. And I bought the workbook because I want to go through it. It's one thing to read the book, but now they have a workbook. I would like to go through that and see what kind of activities they have. I mostly go by Sock, short for Sock Marionette. Oh, thank you. I will make a note of it. Kat says good morning to Sock. Good morning, good morning. Kim says thank you, Sock, and good morning. Sock says hi to Kat. My brain radio is stuck firmly in the classic musical section, driving me a bit crazy. Ooh, you gotta find, do you have, the radio? You can try, maybe finding a radio. Maybe you'll get, a different song stuck in your head. I can't say anything, though, because my children, when I have, a flash drive of music that I plug into my car, and the kids, I have, the biggest variety of music you could ask for, and the kids want me to put K-pop Demon Hunters on repeat. So that's stuck in my head for the longest time. I'm reading the Little French Bistro, almost done. Very nice. Do you know what you have lined up next when you're done? Sock says to Christina, ooh, what's the classical earworm? Yeah, is it Beethoven? Mozart? Let us know. Sock says, I'm allegedly going to assemble a bar cart, which I will be using for books rather than booze. Ooh. Very nice, very nice. Christina says, Annie, The Sound of Music, West Side Story, Singing in the Rain, and it's a mashup of different songs from all of them. Oh, wow. There's a lot of songs in all of that. I'm reading The House at Sugar Beach by Helen Cooper, part of my plan to read more diversely. Very nice. Sock says to Christina, Moses supposedly his... What? That's a tongue twister. Moses supposes his toes are roses? I'm not saying that again. That made me do a double take. Christina said, LOL, yes. Christina says, yes, Arc Madness. You can tell by the ants. Oh, I did not put that together. They used ants? Why ants? We okay. Sock says, I also want to do a video about this bar / book cart, and so that's an additional layer of effort. Set the camera up, film the whole thing, and then you can either do a voiceover or time-lapse it. That's what I would do personally. I do that with my Lego videos. Sometimes when I film the Lego, especially if it's a bigger set, I will set the camera up, film, and I have to stop it a couple of times. Otherwise, it just turns into multiple. But just do several clips, and then you can time-lapse those and put it together. That's what I do. But it is an extra layer of effort, especially in the editing section. Sock says, what is BCR? It stands for Boot Camp Readathon, as Christina says. Yes. That is the readathon that is currently going on. It ends on the 15th, but it's a nod to the military. We had 3 different levels: Air Force, Army, and Marines, although there are several more in the United States, but those are the 3 that she chose, and so we use those to go through the steps for the readathon. I don't have my little paper that shows you the different steps, but you read 5 books in all if you're just doing Air Force. If you're doing the Army version, then you would read 5 books and do the prompts, whether it's meditating, hydration, working out, that kind of thing. And then if you do the Marines, then you're basically doing what Army is doing, but you're doubling up the book prompts. So you would have 9 books, right? 9 books, and then all of the other prompts. So it just depends on your level of what you want to do. But it was a readathon that was set up by Courtney over at Tangible Reads from the 1st to the 15th of January. We're in the second half. Christina says, here's the Bootcamp Readathon announcements, TBRs, and rec playlist. Yes, do check that out. Jen says, and we added that one to our book club list for next year, hoping the chaos will die down by then, so we will all have easy access to it. Yep, it's amazing what the hype is, like, depending on what kind of book it is, depending on the like everybody wants to read it type thing. Christina says, here is the Boot Camp Convoy playlist. Sock says, of course, thanks. Anne says, Anne Pratchett on Lay Down Diaries on YouTube keeps talking about the correspondent. Oh, really? We'll have to, I'll have to look for that. Christina says, you are most welcome. Sock says, it's a song that's a tongue twister on purpose. Singing in the Rain is about actors learning how to speak when movies got sound added. Oh. I will have to find that and watch it. I don't think I've ever watched it. Christina says, yeah, classic musicals, not classic music, although that is good too and better for reading, at least for me. Oh, okay. Sock says, my plan is intro, shut the camera off, do the thing, and update as events warrant. I don't feel comfy doing the assembly with an audience, no matter how removed. Fair enough. You could totally do that. Maybe do like the intro and then like lay out all the parts and say this is what you have to work with, and then start putting it together and do like updates like you said. But that'll be fun to see. I plan on doing something similar in the future. I have plans. Sock says, can I do weekend reservist? As far as she set it up, I don't think she set that up as a option, but you would have to ask. Sock said, thanks for the detailed explanations. You're welcome. Anne says, Anne Pratchett has a new book being released in March. There's a couple of books being released in March, I think. I know there's 2 that I'm going to go get in February. One of them is just a deluxe edition, and the other one is the Allie Hazelwood. And then in March, I know Nevessa Allen, I believe, is releasing book 3 from her series, the Lights Out series. And there's something else that's coming out in March. I'll have to look, but I didn't know about Anne Pratchett's book. All right, I'm finally crashing, so I'm going to go ahead and take a nap. I'm leaving this stream up, though. Happy reading, everyone. Have a good nap. And Sock says, that's what I have in mind. Thanks for all the suggestions and tips. You're so welcome. And with that, we have finally reached the bottom of the comments. So we're going to star this one. I am going to pull up the cat. She's ready to go. I've been trying to download the bootcamp one. I don't know what it's doing. And I don't know if I'm doing something wrong or what, but we're going to use this while I try to figure it out. Maybe we'll have it up later. I don't know. If not, we have the cat. So let's go ahead and get started with our first sprint. I'll try to figure this out with the boot camp one, and I will see you guys in 45 minutes. Happy sprinting. All right. How did everyone do on that sprint? Um, I wrote my to-do list. I started writing down everything that I wanted to be completed this year. I feel like I'm missing a few, so that's why it's not completely filled in. I did start making a list of the books I have checked out from the library between me and my kids and their due dates. So we're going to make sure that those get read and returned. I also cleaned off my TBR cart. So now I have to figure out what to do with all the books that are sitting on the floor at my feet because they were on the TBR cart. And now I have to figure out where to put them. Um, so there might be some rearranging later. I will put some of them back on the TBR cart. The top part of the cart I want for my monthly TBRs. And I also have a few jars. One with all of my wrapped books, their numbers, so that I can easily just pick one out. One is for book series, and the other one I forgot. Let me see. Newly purchased books. So that will be some of the things that if I need to, I can just draw out of a jar. And I also have it's almost like a camping mug, but it says this is my reading mug, and I put bookmarks in it because I found a lot of bookmarks for books that I was going to start and haven't. So I put those in a pile, and then I put the bookmarks in the cup so that I can use them when I need them. Um, so yeah, I'm gonna do a little bit of organizing in the next sprint. But I did also get the diamond painting. This is the one that I got a duplicate of, and this is the one I was saying I might use it as a giveaway. So if I find, once I reach 500, this could be one of the options. One of the marker packs could also be an option, maybe with like the markers and some like a notebook. So you could either do like a journaling choice or the diamond painting choice. Um, so that kind of thing. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens when I reach 500. Uh, at last check, I think I had 452. So unless we've added some recently, that's where I'm at. So I have 48 to go. So that's exciting. All right. So let's see what you guys got up to, and then we'll go into the second sprint. I'm also waiting for a call from my dad, and it doesn't look like he's called yet, so I'll have to keep an eye out for that because my stepmom is in the hospital, and that is him calling now. Hold on. Give me 1 second to answer this. Okay, sorry about that. That was my dad. The update is that he's on his way to the hospital now. But when he left her last night, because he had to go let the dogs out, um, everything seemed to be going back to normal in the way of like blood pressure and everything like that. She does have some blood pressure issues, and he said it seems to be when she eats like pork belly or dried fish, her system goes into a temper tantrum, so to speak, and her blood pressure goes up and she gets really dizzy. So I think they're going to talk about her dietary issues and how she can prevent that next time. But uh, he said, as far as he knows, as of this morning, her blood pressure is back down, her pulse is normal. She's starting to feel better. So they're doing an MRI this morning just to make sure. They think she may have had a like micro stroke or small stroke. They're checking to make sure. And we'll go from there. So, all of the things are happening this morning. Let me scroll back up and see where we left off. I appreciate you guys in your patience with that. Okay, so this was our last comment. Sock said, that's what I have in mind. Thanks for all the suggestions and tips. We were talking about them possibly filming a video and then putting a piece of furniture together. So you're welcome for that. We had Faithful popping in to say hi and tickle the like button. Hello, hello, and thank you. Vanessa is here waving. I've got to go wrap a couple presents. Having a friend miss now that Holly and I are both, well, not entirely better, but better enough. Yay! Well, I hope everything goes smoothly and you guys have a great friend miss. That sounds like a lot of fun. Lee is here. Hi, Alicia and everyone in the chat. Happy Sunday. I'm currently reading an academic affair and going to be planning out details of my upcoming week. That sounds very productive. I hope you're enjoying the academic affair. I don't know who that's by, but let us know and how you're liking it. Dee Dee is here. Hi, Alicia and friends, popping to say a quick hello and tap the like button. Hope y'all are having a great day so far. So far, so good. Double and Jen is here. Good morning. Let us know what you're reading or working on. Kat says, I got most of my blog post written, but need to hop off so I can go celebrate my birthday with my family. We're going to have lunch. Thanks for Sprints, Alicia. Bye, friends. Well, happy birthday, Kat. I hope you have a great, yummy lunch and a great birthday. I do have something for you that will be coming in the mail this week, so look forward to that. Swank says happy birthday to Kat, as does Anne. Christina says hi, Lee. Hi, Dee Dee. Hi, Vanessa. Hi, Double and Jen. Lee says hi to Christina. Kelly says, video is edited and I got dressed while waiting for it to render. As soon as it's done, I'll post and head out for my walk. Very productive, very productive. I also figured out that I may be behind a video or two, so I'm going to try to film those and get those out this week and reconfigure the rest of the videos I need for January. But very productive, very productive. Swank says, finished my book. Yay. Congratulations. First finished book of the sprints. What will you do now? Vanessa says, I'm back. Presents are wrapped and I made lunch, so now it's num num time. Lovely, lovely. Very productive. Double and Jen says, I'm waking up with coffee. Fair enough. Cheers. I have my coffee, although I think it's starting to get a little cold. I could probably heat it up in the microwave and put it back in the mug. It's still, like, it's not hot, but it's not cold. It's like that very, like, lukewarm, but still a little more on the hot side flavor. Kelly says Cora got super excited when I put my shoes on. Ooh, she wants to go for a walk. She's like, yay! Let's go, let's go, let's go. Christina says, happy, 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 happy birthday to Cat. Vanessa says hi to Christina. Vanessa to Kelly, are you torturing that poor pup? Christina says hi, Kelly. And sweet Cora. Kelly says, I am Vanessa because I'm sitting at my desk with my shoes on and she's by the door just staring at me. She's like, Mama, I'm ready. Can we go? Can we go? Can we go? Vanessa says, poor Cora. She's so abused. She's like, I gotta go. I gotta go. Let's go. Let's go. Christina says, getting set up to work on my diamond painting. Nice. Kelly says, so abused. Vanessa, I got all ambitious today and added the January reading challenge on Storygraph since I've been reading. Ooh, very nice, productive. I have yet to look into Storygraph. I think I like created an account and then that's as far as I went. I was just like, this is a little too complicated for my brain right now. Let me take a step back. And that's as far as I got. So I need to go back into it and see if I still have that account or if I need to make a new one or what's going on. So I can figure that all out. I've heard so many things about Storygraph. So we'll see. We'll see. Amanda is here. Hi, Alicia. How are you doing today? A tiny bit tired, but we are working through it. They've been doing road work, and while they don't do it on the weekends, if they do it during the week, then it kind of like offsets my sleep. So they've got the other side, I guess, milled, and like the first coat is there, but I know that they're gonna have to come back at some point and do the second, like top coat, as you will, because it's supposed to be level with the driveway, and right now it's not. So. But it looks nice and it's smoother, so I can't complain too much. But we are working through our completion list, our to-do list. We're doing all of the things today, at least trying. I'll probably take a nap later. How are you doing, Amanda? Anne says both of my cats look very sad if I put my shoes on. Aw. Mine don't care either way, but they're very happy and they greet me at the door when I come back. Vanessa says, oh no, Alicia, sending all the good vibes. Thank you. It sounds like she's doing okay. It's just she's eaten things that she probably shouldn't have, or she's eaten too much of it. So they'll have to work on their diets, their intake. Because I know my dad is trying to lose weight and she's trying to be healthy. So they're a work in progress, as we all are. I am not ready, kitty cat. Pause for a second. Kelly says, yes, Vanessa, get those pages in. Vanessa to Kelly, I started a new book last night, Stolen by Marlena Frank, another indie. Ooh, very nice, very nice. Kelly says, I can see that, and my puppy is, yes, let's go explore. And your cats are, why are you leaving us? Yep. That's how my cats are sometimes. I know Ralphie's like, where are you going? Come back. Kelly says, oh, I have one of Marlene's books too, The Man Who Dealt in Death. Got it at MV. Is that multiverse? I'm slowly learning the acronyms. Vanessa, yay, I bought this one probably 2 Atlanta Comic-Cons ago, and it's been sitting on my shelf. I have a lot of those too. Like a book you get and you mean to read it, and then you don't, and it's still sitting there. I need to work on being better about that. Anne says, if I go in a different room, they follow me. I think they are like, you're not abandoning us. My cats do that, especially Ralphie. But I've also had him since he was 2 weeks old. So for him, I am mama. But yeah. And I hear that if they follow you, it's just because they're concerned and or they want to make sure that you're okay. And they're curious. They want to see what you're up to. For Ralphie, it's just because I am Mama. He follows me everywhere. He's like my little duckling. Simon used to do the same thing. Vanessa, so glad she's doing better. Alicia, that's so scary. Indeed. Because I know that she's from the Philippines, and so I know with their culture they are very much let me do this, let me take care of you, let me cook and clean and all of the things, which then in my opinion doesn't leave them time to take care of themselves. And I know that she's been taking care of my dad and his diet, but I think they need to work together and take care of each other. I'm not saying that they don't, but she also needs to make sure that she's taking care of herself when she's taking care of my dad, if that makes sense, right? Um, but they're both in their 60s, I believe. So they're not getting any younger. Double and Jen, Alicia, that is so scary. It is because they live in South Carolina and I'm here in Florida, so it's not exactly like I could get in the car and go see them or help out. It would take a day for me to get to them. So I have to make sure, like, keep me updated and let me know if there's, anything I can do from here, or if I need to go up there, then I need to make arrangements, that kind of thing. I keep telling them to come visit down here, but they won't do it. They're like, well, what are we going to do with the dogs? Because they have two golden retrievers. And I said, bring dogs. We have an acre of yard that they can run around in. They could swim in the pool if they wanted to. So, but maybe one day. Is it the phosphates throwing off her electrolytes? I'm so sorry that's all happening. It's possible. They didn't really say anything about the phosphates, but Dad said that this has happened before, where either she eats pork belly, she might overindulge, and then she gets dizzy and her blood pressure goes up. She is on medication for it, and same thing with dried fish. The same thing happens. So maybe not eat those things, or if you're going to eat them, eat very minute sizes, and make sure that she's taking her medicine and hydrating and all those things. So, and that could be the case too. She could have eaten the pork belly and maybe she's not hydrated enough, or I don't know. But it could have just kind of shocked her system in a sense. I won't know more until later. But as far as when I just talked to him, it sounds like they're going to be okay. They're going to do the MRI, and then she might be able to go home. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Anne says we have one cat that cannot or will not do the stairs. She sits and cries until someone carries her. You gotta, maybe you can create like a little basket that when she steps in it, it just takes her down the stairs. Just like slides down. And then maybe that'll be fun for her. And then the only problem is you have to figure out how to get it back up. But you know how like they have like the little chairs that people will use when they have mobility issues. They'll use it and they'll go up the stairs with it, but then they can come back down. Like an elevator chair of sense. Maybe you could do something like that for the cat. I keep thinking of all these different ways. I know you've told me that the cat does not do stairs, but I think of all these ways that maybe, just maybe, get the cat to go up and down. Put a treat on every step, and she has to go down the step to get the next treat. I don't know. Vanessa says, I had Storygraph for ages, but haven't done anything with it until now. The Here Good Challenge is on there, so now that's how I got back into it. Oh, wow. Do you tell them you will be back soon? Sometimes. You talking about the cats when I go, okay. When I leave, I go, okay, Isis, you're in charge. I'll be back soon. And I tell them no fighting, because they've been fighting lately. So, Sometimes. Sometimes I just go, okay, bye. Vanessa says my cat follows me because she wants food. Mine will do that too, especially if it has anything to do with treats. Hydration time. Make sure you're hydrating. This is your reminder. I'm going to take a sip of coffee, but I will get water in the next sprint. I've been doing more water, but so that's good. But I've also been kind of switching it off. I'll have like a regular bottle of water, and then I'll have it's called Clearly Canadian, and they come in different like fruit flavors. So I've had strawberry, I've had wild cherry. I think that's all the flavors I have right now. But I want to try, there's another one. I think it's like lemon or blackberry. I think they have lemon, but I think they also have a blackberry. I don't know. I have to go and see what my store has because they change it every time, but they keep the strawberry and the wild cherry flavor. So that's how I've been kind of like alternating with water because I don't like the taste of water unless it has some sort of flavor. Stretching, yes. Make sure that you stretch. I have to stretch this part right here. So maybe do arm circles as I hear my shoulder crack. It's like, I can feel it like cracking right in here. But that'll help with my shoulder and my neck. Ow. I cracked my elbow on that one. So yes, make sure you're hydrating and stretching. Ooh. That kind of feels weird now. I'll have to pop my back in a minute. Vanessa says that makes total sense, Alicia, in terms of taking care of each other. Yep. My dad at one point was over 300 pounds. And he used to be in the military, but he has since retired. He's had some health issues, so he's like on disability and all that. But at the same time, like he's not really mobile in the sense that he has no issues when walking. And I keep telling him that if he loses some of the weight, that he would not have as many issues as he does. But I can only say, I cannot make him do, so it has to be up to him. And as far as I can tell, he's losing the weight by eating better, but he's still not doing the whole like getting up, stretching, moving around. He's very much he'll sit in his recliner and doom scroll on his phone while listening to the news. So I can only do so much. Anne says, oh yes, it's magic how they can be fast asleep but hear someone in the kitchen. Yes. All you have to do is like start to pop the can open and my cats will be in the kitchen before you could even blink. Vanessa says, my cat is deaf, so you gotta make a lot of noise to get her attention. But if she's awake and I go downstairs, she expects it's because I'm feeding her. Mine, Ralphie will meow. He will meow until he is fed. And even then, like you feed him, it's like he scarfs it all down. And if he thinks he can get Isis's food, he will push her out of the way. And I don't know what it is. I'm still trying to figure out like what's the right amount of food, because I usually take a can and I split it in half and I give them each half. But it's like a small can. It's like one of those Fancy Feast cans. So I'm wondering if I maybe need to find like a bigger can of food that they will like and then split it in half that way. I don't know. They seem to like the Fancy Feast though. Although it's probably not good for him. Double and Jen, spoiled Anne. Kelly says, okay, video is posted into the great cold that is the outside right now. Great cold for me. Oof. Stay warm. I hope your walk goes well, though. Double and Jen, does she wake you up at night for transport? Who? Oh, the cat? Maybe the cat in the stairs? Hopefully not. Oh. Anne says, we took her to the vet because we thought it was arthritis in her legs. The vet, $300 later, said no. Oh, $300 just to tell you no, it's not her arthritis? She's just a diva. I agree. But $300? Ugh. Some things I know, listen, I know that vets and doctors and all that, they go through all the training so that they can do all of the things. But sometimes I feel like if you just answered a simple question, that is not worth $300. Like, but if you know that the cat has arthritis and but that's not the issue, then why? Why is everything so much? I don't like it. That's like when my cats were they had to go to the vet because all of them had come down with some sort of respiratory thing. Two of them survived, one did not. That's when we lost Simon. But it was just like every time I had to go in, it was like one of them was reacting badly to a medication, so they had to switch it. One of them got dehydrated, or they had gotten better, but they weren't eating. So then I had to give them medicine that would entice them to eat. And then with Simon, it was all of the above, right? He had a respiratory issue, he had an issue before. They gave him antibiotics, steroids, medicine to entice him to eat, and they gave him like a fluid, IV fluids. And in the end, I think I spent close to $800 for all three cats and still lost Simon. And I was just like, I don't understand. Like, and they wanted to send me to like an emergency 24-hour vet for Simon. And I was just like, but and they were like, well, we can't guarantee even if you sent him to that vet that he would survive. And I'm like, why am I going to spend more money? I mean, I love the cat dearly, but I can't see taking him to an emergency vet when there's no guarantee. You know what I mean? So, as hard as it was, we just made him comfortable, and unfortunately, he passed within a few days. So, and that was after me stopping all of the medications and things that they had given us. I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. So, everything is expensive. Anne says we bring her upstairs at night. That's kind of like our cats. They always come in our room at nighttime because then they have food, water, and litter box, and then they can go to sleep. Lee says, I love Clearly Canadian Wild Cherry is my favorite, right? It's one of my favorites. I love that one, the strawberry, and I want to say it's either, there's another one. It's blackberry, but there's also a citrus one. Maybe it's the citrus one. Maybe it's not lemon. Maybe it's citrus. I don't know. I'll let you know when I find it again. But right now I have the cherry and the strawberry. I love them. Vanessa says, I used to love Clearly Canadian. I can't do bubbles anymore, but the blackberry was awesome. Yes. That's, I think, if they could do it without the bubbles and just have the flavoring, I think it would be better, but I get it. They're doing sparkling. I can do it. I like it. I remember Clearly Canadian. I haven't seen that for a long time. My grocery store started with the bottles, like the glass bottles, and then now they have them in cans. They're tall cans, probably about this tall. Um, and they're I can't even. I'll have to find one. I'll go get one. I'll bring it in and you can see it. But it's just like one of those thin, like small cans. They're delicious. They're delicious though. Vanessa, I loved wild cherry too. Cherry seems to be like one of the best flavors. Double Engine, I guess that's better than her tearing up and down the stairs at night. That's true. She could have the zoomies. My office/library is in the basement. If I forget to bring her down, she makes these ear-piercing screams. Oh no. Oh no. Ralphie does that sometimes. He's like, meow. Sounds like he's yelling at me almost. Anne says the other two cats just go where they want. Yeah. Like Isis right now is probably outside on the lanai. She loves to go out there and just take naps. Um, Ralphie, not so much. He's either behind me, which he's not right now, or he's probably sitting outside the door. I'm waiting for him to like meow at me. Let me in. Let me in. All right. I don't see any more comments, so I am going to go and throw us into another sprint. This is sprint number 2, and no one reminded me that I didn't have my banner, so let's put that on, and I will see everyone back in 45 minutes. Happy sprinting! And we're back. How did everyone do on that sprint? I got my TBR cart done and put everything back that I wanted to be on there. What I did is my current monthly TBR and those jars will be on the top. And then going down to the next level will be the next book in the current series that I'm reading. So there's a couple of them where it's literally if I read one, two, three, four. If I read 4 books, I would finish 4 series. That's how close I am to finishing. Actually, 5 because I think there's no because that's the next one. There's now a book 3. I thought the one was a duology, but I think they turned it into a trilogy. So, but yeah, so 4 of them I would finish 4 series. So we're going to try to focus on that today, or not today, but this year. And then moving down to the last level is nonfiction writing craft books, or I'm looking to see what's there. I think it's mostly writing craft and nonfiction that I did not get to in the last couple of months of last year. So I put them on the bottom so that those are priority. Those get read before anything behind me in the nonfiction. And then I went and got the cookbook I was talking about. She has, she's the creator of Applesauce and ADHD. I don't know if you can see that, but that is her handle, I think, on Twitter or on Instagram. I've seen her on Instagram and I've seen her through other platforms. So, but this is the one that I was telling you about. She does like aggressively, uh, she cooks meals or makes dinners aggressively through her videos. It's so interesting to watch. But she came out with a cookbook, and some of these recipes look absolutely delicious. I'll show you the one that's in the front. This is in the first section, which is titled 30 Minutes Fast and Furious Fixes. And can you see that? Those are Slappy Joe fries. Like, it looks delicious. She's got faster than takeout orange chicken. I'm not a big fan of broccoli, but that looks good. She's got all kinds of stuff. She's got, what was that one? This is pizza nachos. I don't know about the olives portion, but there's a lot in here that I want to try. So I'll be tabbing this later today. So I went and got that. Yes. And I did go get my Clearly Canadian water. This is the can I was telling you about. It's 12 ounces, but it's like a taller, thinner can. It's not like a soda can. So I haven't opened it yet, but I will take a sip. So make sure you're hydrating. So here's my sip of water. Very cherry. It's delicious though. And then I also, this is not healthy, so don't follow my example. But I have to eat it up because it's from like the Christmas goodies that we got. I got this like Andy's mint peppermint bark type treat. So I've been like, I broke it up into like smaller pieces. It was bigger. And I've been kind of like eating a little bit as I go through and put things away. So that's what I did. I got my water. I got the cookbook. I got some peppermint bark. Or mint bark. I forget what it's called. And I wrote my to-do list for after. So, we're going to get things done today. Let's see how you all did. I'm rearranging now that I have my water, and coffee is a no-go at this point. That, and it's almost 2 o'clock here, so I don't need to keep drinking coffee. I need water, and then I'll switch to like a juice or Dr. Pepper or more water or something. I usually alternate. But let's see what you guys got up to. I know we had a couple of people come in. This was our last comment. We were talking about cats. 1 does not like to use the stairs. 2 go wherever they want. She was saying, Vanessa says, I'm going to work on some social media stuff I didn't get done Friday. Hopefully you were able to get it done and be very productive. We're all being productive today, so I love it. Love to see it. Anne says, Nemo poked himself in the eye once with a straw that was in a water bottle. His eye was red, so we took him to the emergency vet. That was $100 up front, another $100 later. Try putting eye drops. Ooh, eye drops are never fun. Like, trying to give medicine to a cat is easier said than done. Zinnia is here. Hello, Alicia and chat. Just jumping in to tap the like button. Tap away. We appreciate it. Hopefully you are doing well. If you're still here, let us know what you're reading or working on. Lee said switching laundry and running to the grocery store. I hope you were able to find all of the things that you need. We also had Jessie Kiwi pop in. YouTube did that stupid thing where I'm subscribed, but it wouldn't let me chat. Weird. But I'm here now. Hi, Alicia. I probably won't be here when you get back, getting ready for my bind off sprints in 45 minutes. If you're not here, thanks for stopping by, and we'll be sure to put the link to your sprints in a bit, so we can all sprint hop, say hello, do the YouTube-y things, and hit the like button. I like this whole YouTube-y things phrase. I heard it on Dee Dee's sprints, and now I use it. I hope that's okay. Jessie says, but how is everyone going through boot camp? I found an audio for Dante's Inferno, so I'm going to try in immersion read it this afternoon. Ooh, good luck. That is on my to-read list, but I don't know when I'm going to get to it. But I have not read a lot of classics throughout my lifetime thus far. I know some people said they grew up and they always had to do these, like, you have to read certain books at a certain, like, grade level in high school. I was not one of those people. We did not have summer reading lists or to read certain books throughout the year. The high school I went to, we would focus on, like, I think 9th grade, we did Romeo and Juliet. 10th grade, it was, what was 10th grade? I don't know. My 10th grade English teacher was weird. He kind of bounced around and did not really classics, but like stories from the South, I think. It was very weird. I fell asleep in his class most of the time because it just seemed like he droned on, and that was kind of like a hard year for me anyway. And then junior year, we did, gosh, I don't even remember junior year. I want to say that was a lot of like essay work, and we had to write about stuff that we've read, but we didn't particularly focus on any one thing. And then 12th grade was mostly like vocabulary based. And I think that was because of the, like, if you were taking the SATs, they were trying to prep you for all of that. I never took the SATs because I went and talked to the guidance counselor about my options. And he said, if you just plan on going to a community college, you don't have to take the SATs. But if you wanted to go into the university level, then yes, you would have to take the SATs. And so I was just like, dude, if I don't have to take the SATs and I can go to a community college, then that's what I'll do. Because my mom, like, at that point was working like 2 to 3 jobs just to make ends meet. So there was no way she was going to be able to like drive me to places for this. And I was just like, let's make it easy. We're just going to go to the community college. So I didn't take my SATs. I do not have an SAT score. And I'm okay with that. So there's a lot of classics. I got off on a tangent. I'm sorry. But there's a lot of classics that I have not read. And everyone's like, you have not read that? And I'm like, no. So there's a couple back there on my shelves I'm going to try to read this year. Dante's is one of them, but I do not own a copy, so it's whenever I can get to it. This is me saying hello to Jessie Kiwi. Ren is here. Hello, hello, everyone. Hoping to read The Raven Scholar. I've been trying to read all day and have been unsuccessful. Well, hopefully we can help you get some reading done in the last sprint. Coda is here. Hello, Team 84. Hello, friends. I'll be lurking while I work on books, catch up with Green Rider, and clean up the house. Very productive. It sounds like you will be. Hello, hello. Socks says, okay, that took a while, but my cart is assembled. Now, lunch. Ooh, yay! I'm glad you were able to get it complete. Hopefully it is everything you want it to be, and you'll be able to organize it with ease. And lunch sounds delicious. I need to do that probably in the next sprint or after. Vanessa says, I completely forgot I was here, and the meow startled me. Don't worry, it got me too. I was sitting right here, and it got me. So it was like I looked up and said, okay, I've got 3 minutes. Let me finish writing this thing down. And then next thing I know, it was meowing. And I was like, what? That wasn't 3 minutes, was it? No. So I completely understand. It gets us at least once. Vanessa said I got the social media stuff all done, and Holly's on the way for Friendmas. Yay! Excuse me. I think the bubbles are making me like burpy now. Double N Jen says, I'm finishing a client project and moving on to school next. Very nice, very productive. Oh, I've seen her videos. I didn't realize until you said she cooks aggressively. I love her. Yes, right? My husband has been sending some of her videos to me. And then when I found out that she was, I think I was watching Good Morning America one morning and she was on. And I was like, wait, why does she look familiar? And then they were talking about how she makes videos online, and I was like, oh, that's that lady that she's like always cooking aggressively. And there's a recipe my husband sent, and I want to try it too. It's like a hamburger helper, but made from scratch, and it's like cheeseburger. It's like cheeseburger hamburger helper in a sense, because it has like the ground beef and the hamburger seasoning, but then she also mixes in like mustard, ketchup, pickle juice, and then I think she added in like onions, maybe not, I don't remember. And then she also added in like the egg noodles, and then she topped it off with like cheese or something. And I was like, yes, please. But we're going to try the recipes in the cookbook first and then go from there, because I think those are going to be absolutely delicious. She's even got recipes in there with tater tots. And I'm like, yes, please. Please and thank you. Vanessa says, I'll eat your black olives, Alicia. Hey, you can have them. The only way I will eat them is if they're on a supreme pizza, because I know that there's not too many. But if given the option, I will not eat them at all. Like if you put olives out at a party, I will walk right past them. I'm not a big olive person. Kelly is here, made it 2 miles and didn't die. Yay. Now to eat lunch and shower. Very nice, very nice. It's in real life book club day. Woot. And did you finish your book in time? Hopefully you did, and you can have all of the discussions. Vanessa, yay for not dying. That's my favorite, right? Same, Vanessa. I want to get it up to 3 miles walking without dying. Then I want to start running. You got this. You can do it. Yes. I agree. Kelly says, when I was in school, the school would put out recommended lists and I would read every one of them. Apparently, I've always liked crossing things off lists. Me too. Unfortunately, I never had a list back then for the reading. So I'm gonna see if maybe I can Google like a list, or if you guys know where I can find a list of like recommended classics or something, let me know, and I'll use that as my list to cross it off. Otherwise, I'll just write down the classics I own and just cross them off myself. Maybe I'll make a journaling spread about it. That might be a good idea. I'll pick like 10 titles or something. Kelly says, also, Vanessa, tell Holly I said hi. Hello to Holly from everyone. Vanessa says, I went to 4 different high schools in 3 different states. I had to do Macbeth 3 times. Very annoying. Maybe Macbeth was the one I did in junior year. Nope. It was Julius Caesar. Now that I think about it, it was Julius Caesar. I didn't like that one either. Vanessa, I did the ACT rather than the SAT. They said I didn't have to do either one. They said if you're just going to a community college, then the testing is not needed. But hey, listen, I was fine. If I don't have to take a test, more power to it, because I had test anxiety back when I was in school, so there was no way I would be able to do well because I would always freak out about it, and it was like all the information just. Kelly says hi to Ren and hi to Coda. Hey, Kelly from Ren. Christina says hi to Ren and hey to Christina from Ren. All the hellos. Christina says hi, Coda. Christina says diamond painting and sprint hopping and a wee bit of admin. Nice. Ooh, thank you. Christina has posted the Jessie Kiwi bind off sprints at 2 p.m. So she is starting now. There's the link for that. Go and say hello. Hey, Alicia, almost finished Charmed Library. 4 stars. Very nice. Jean says, are you going to go see the aggressive mom, Jess? What do you mean? Go see her? Is she in person somewhere? That would be cool if she's doing like a book tour or something. But no, I was saying I have her cookbook. And I do watch her videos online. I don't know if she's doing like a book tour or anything. Jen says, I just saw you on Facebook, Vanessa. Vanessa to Jen, you did? Did I look okay? LOL, feel free to friend if you'd like. Added you. I am part of a group you started, but not active enough. The aggressive mom is on book tour. Ooh, I'll have to look that up. I did not know this. That would be cool. Vanessa to Jen. Ooh, TWT. We've got our writerly discussion tonight if you want to go check the group. What time? 7 p.m. Eastern. Vanessa, Goodreads has reader-created classics list in their Listtopia if you search. Okay, I will look. I'll do that in the next sprint and see. Maybe I'll create a list. What do you think is a good number for a list? 10, 15, 12? If I do 12, that's 1 a month. But January's already started, so maybe just do 10. because then I can do like a really big one and then 9 others, and that gives me the 10 remaining months, 11 months of the year. Options. Let me know what y'all think. Christina says you can search recommended reading for XX grade and you can find lots of lists that way. So maybe just do a classics one. Oh, okay. I would do that in the next sprint, see what I find. Vanessa to Kelly, I'll tell Holly you said hi. Almost missed it, so thanks to Alicia for repeating. You're welcome. Glad I could help. Ren says, not sure if it's the same in different countries, but the well-known classics that we did read in school were Macbeth, Twelfth Night, Romeo and Juliet, Animal Farm, The Crucible, The Picture of Dorian Gray. I know I did Romeo and Juliet. I do have a retelling of Romeo and Juliet that I want to read by Emily McIntyre. The cover of this is gorgeous, but it's a retelling of Romeo and Juliet. So I do want to read this one, but I will have to go find like an actual copy of Romeo and Juliet to read that again. But that's like the only one I remember reading. I don't know. I didn't read the others. Crucible sounds familiar, though. I may have read that one, and I do have a copy of Animal Farm, thanks to my husband. It was his copy, so we'll read that, maybe. Christina says, speaking of classics, there is a read-along starting soon, Austin and Friends 2026 announcement playlist. Ooh, I'll have to check that out. Maybe that can help me along my classics journey. Double N Jen says, I think I just went to junior college. Now I'm 54 and finishing my degree. Nothing wrong with that. I have seen so many stories where people are in their 50s, they've gone back to school and they're graduating. I've seen one story where a woman went back and she finally got her degree at 86. So there is no limitation on when you go back and get your degree. My father-in-law, he went back to school and he has several degrees. I know he has, I believe, two PhDs. And he still, like, he just enjoys going and learning. I think he's taking film courses right now. And he's having fun. Jean says, I loved Macbeth. I did not enjoy The Tempest. We reenacted the death scene in Julius Caesar. Shakespeare should be read aloud. Oh, it is. I think that's what we did in 9th grade with Romeo and Juliet. Like someone was assigned the parts, and so we went through the book. And not all of us had to read, but the teacher would take turns. So we would have to read them as if they were our parts. Ren says, and Pygmalion, put in all honesty, most of these are plays. True. Very true. Vanessa's, Holly's here, gotta run. Thanks for sprints and have a great day. Thanks for coming and hanging out with us. Hopefully Friendmas is a blast. Socks is back from lunch. Let us know what you had for lunch. Was it delicious? Was it everything that you hoped for? It was the 5 P's. Pasta, pesto, peas, parsley, and parmesan. Pepper would make it 6, but I wasn't into it today. I mean, that's a lot in itself, and it sounds delicious. Pasta, pesto, peas, parsley, and parmesan. Say that 3 times fast. That sounds delicious, though. Lots of green, it sounds like, too. Kelly says, do 6, one every other month. They are classics after all. Oh, that's not a bad idea. I think I have 6 that I could do. Let's see. Because I have Pride and Prejudice, I have Wuthering Heights, Pride and Prejudice, Wuthering Heights, Little Women. I've got Fahrenheit 451. I do have the first volume of Sherlock Holmes. And I have some Hemingways. But I also have like The Picture of Dorian Gray. And I also have, where's the other one? I do have Frankenstein, and I have Cat's Cradle. That's Kurt Vonnegut. I don't know if those are considered classics, but I know Frankenstein is, so maybe I'll read Frankenstein. That could be my Halloween one. Ooh, okay. Now I have to figure it out. I have to figure out a page design. Thanks, Kelly. I'll think of my page design, and then I can put the book covers with the little rating stars underneath. Oh, I can already see it coming together in my head. And I have this, where is it? I have this like script type washi tape. I could use that. I don't know if it says anything specific. I've just been using it. I'll look on my, but I could use this and then come up with stickers that would go with it and decorate the page that way. Ooh. All right. I'm seeing it come together. 6 it is. I'm gonna write that down. Where's my paper? Paper. If you hear noise outside the window here, I think it's because the kids are going outside. Although it sounded like it was raining earlier, so I don't know. We'll see how long they stay out there. I'm gonna have to fix my hair. My hair is like, there's like these strands that are starting to come out. I will fix it. Christina says, I used to look up summer reading lists for whatever grade the youngest was in for his summer school program. The school stopped helping us, so I had to find it on my own. Well, boo to them for stopping to help. Like they should have kept helping. They could have at least given it to you in advance, saying, if they had to stop for some reason, then they should say, here's what you'll need reading list wise or whatever. Then that's half the battle, but boo for them not helping. Ren says, I'm not sure if people count The Giver as a classic, maybe a modern classic, but we read that one too. I have read The Giver, and I know that there's more books to that. I think it's a quartet, like 4 books. The Giver was okay, in my opinion, but I did not continue the series, nor do I plan to. So I've read The Giver. I just haven't read the rest of them. Jen says, I am going to see where I am at with school at 4 and go from there, Vanessa. Sounds like a plan. Jen says, it's my first paper and I always wait until Sunday when it's due. You should get them done prior. That way you don't have to rush. But hopefully you get it done. Kiana is here. Good morning. How are you? Let us know what you're working on. Jen says, I dusted because it's been a minute. Gotcha. I always have to put a mask on when I dust because otherwise I'll just go into a sneezing fit because I'm allergic to some of the dust particles. Kiana says hi to Kelly, Christina, Ren, Jen, and Jean. Ren says hi back to Kiana. Jen says, I knew a woman who was in her 60s and just went to school all the time when I was in my early 20s. I thought it was so cool. She was fun to talk to. Yeah, there's people out there that they love to learn and they will go and do it. I know my father-in-law, what he does is, and I didn't know you could do this. I guess once you reach a certain age, then you can do like a class audit and you can go and sit in the class, learn the material as if you're going through the class, but you don't actually get credit for it because you're not actually enrolled in the class. You're basically sitting in to learn the material. And I guess you can do that. I didn't know you could do that. But that's how he's been doing it. But he enjoys it. He goes and he learns and he listens and he has a grand old time with it. Christina says that is what Austen and Friends is doing. One book every 2 months, starting with Pride and Prejudice, then Anne and Green Gables, then Sense and Sensibility. Oh, okay. If you have the link for that, can you link it? Did you already link it? Did I miss it? That way I can find it. Maybe I'll start with those because I do have Pride and Prejudice. I could possibly get Anne and Green Gables and Sense and Sensibility from the library, so I just need to know when I needed it by. That would be fun. And then allowing for recs and requests and having a vote for the other 6 months. Ooh, interesting. I still need to read Pride and Prejudice. Maybe we can do that as our third 100 pages book. Ooh, we could. If you need to read it and I need to read it. Let me know what version, what book you have. Because our book will probably be different. I mean, it's the same content, but let me see. Can I get to mine? This is the version I have. I put a dust jacket on it, but it's like one of the and my pages are already look like they're but that's my version. It's one of those Barnes and Noble like classic ones. And then when I was working at the library, I learned how to put dust jacket covers. So I started putting dust jacket covers. That's why it's shiny. So I have a copy. Ren, that would be great. I haven't read Pride and Prejudice. Ooh. See? I think we've decided our third book there. Kelly, though there are so many versions of Pride and Prejudice, it would be hard to decide where 100 pages stops. I know. That's why, like, let's see. This one has... This one has 375 pages and only 19 chapters. So, I don't know. But if I need to buy a copy, then I'm okay with that. Kiana said I DNF'd Pride and Prejudice. I got a little lost. I've never read it, so it's on my to-do list. It looks like these chapters are really good. Well, I don't know. They seem like they're short chapters. But it's interesting that it only has 19. It looks like it should have more. Well, hold on now. That's chapter 19. Oh, hold on. This is sectioned into 3 different things. Okay, so it's not, hold on. There's an introduction, a very long introduction. Good God, how long is this introduction? See, okay, so I finally found it. It says, like, what is it, volume the first? And then there's, like, chapters. But then it gets to, like, the 19th chapter. Is this normal for Pride and Prejudice? If you guys know, let me know. But this, like, goes to, like, chapter 19. Okay, so there's 19. That says chapter 20. 21. But it's like, it's broken into, like, sections. Well, that's 23. See, okay. So this one had 23 chapters, and then it says volume the second. Well, are they separate parts? Or I don't understand. Let me know why that is. Is that normal for that? Kelly says it's too hard for schools to do lists anymore with all the pushback from parents about their selections. I hate that, though. I mean, they should just be able to have free range on different books, because then the more you know, the better off you are. At least in my opinion. Stock says sometimes the public library will have reading lists. Ooh, I wonder if my library has one. I will look into it. Sock says, but you shouldn't have to chase them down like that. That is true. Ren says, loved the picture of Dorian Gray, but the symbolism is what really carries the book. Not sure if it has the same effect when just reading without certain things taught to you / put in perspective. We'll find out. I'm sure I could always look up things to look for when reading the book. Christina has put in the 100 pages book club announcements. Thank you. Yes, the 100 pages book club is something that Kelly and I started. We've only done one set of reading sprints last Wednesday. So next Wednesday is our second one, and we are currently reading Raven Scholar. So if you want to read that with us, so far we have gotten up to page 103. So next week we should be at 200 something. It's not quite at the 200 mark. I'll have to look at my book. I'll have to go get it and tell you where we're going to be at next Wednesday, or what we're reading up to. But yes, come join us. Jen says, I keep telling myself to do that, Alicia. Do what? I've already forgotten. Let me know. Ren says, I would say the same for Animal Farm. The book is better after learning about the Russian Revolution. Interesting. Should I learn about the Russian Revolution before reading this book? Is that a necessity? Or can I read the book without it? Christina says hi to Kiana. Jen says it's all about figuring out what the teacher is looking for the first week. Kelly says anyone can audit a class. Age doesn't matter. Oh, really? Oh, man. Maybe I should go and do some audit classes. Ren says, I wasn't a big fan of The Giver either. I liked the movie a little bit more, but not too much more. They had a movie about it? I did not know that. I will see if I have access to that movie. Maybe I'll watch it. Christina says, I did link it, but I can send it to you. Yes, please. And here is the link. I will... Maybe I started before, and I have a bunch of things start. I'll see, but I started again, and I will open it when I go into Sprint. Kiana said, "Okay, I'm joining Austin and Friends." I think I need to buddy read it in case I get stuck. That's a good way to do it. Kiana says, "I'm down for Pride and Prejudice." Kelly says, my version only has chapters, no volumes. Interesting. I'll have to look in to see why mine has quote-unquote volumes. I don't know. It has 3 volumes, and each one seems to be about around 19 to 20 chapters. Maybe I'll just buy a new copy of just the story, because this seems like it's... I don't know why it's... Then again, let me see, when was this published? This was published back in 2003, at least this version of it. So I don't know if they have extra things going on. I don't know. Christina says, I have heard that having an audio for a lot of the classics like Austen is better and to immersive read them. That's what I plan on doing, just in case. Because I want to be able to, 1, read them and get through them, and 2, I want to, hopefully that will help me understand them a little better. But I've been immersive reading a lot of my reads, so otherwise it takes me forever to read a book. Kiana says, as a parent, it has never occurred to me to complain about the books my kids read in class. Same, but also at the same time, I want my kids to be exposed to everything so that they're aware of what's out there, because I want to prepare them for the world that is outside our home. Yeah, they go to school and they're with other kids from different backgrounds, but I also want them to know that there's other things out there. Like, they don't just read graphic novels, because my son reads a lot of graphic novels, right? But there's more out there. So I want them to read as much as possible. I want them to learn as much as possible. And in our household, we have if they're old enough to ask, they're old enough to know the answer. So we haven't had too many instances of them asking particular questions of that sort, but that we have had a couple, and we just tell them, this is what it is. This is what it means. And they're like, okay, and then they go play. But yeah, I would never censor the books. Like, it baffles my mind. Like, I can kind of understand, but I can't understand, like, the whole Harry Potter, like, why people won't let their kids read Harry Potter. It's fiction. I understand that it has witches and wizards and dark magic and all that stuff, but that's kind of the, like, appeal, so to speak. Like, she's created a world that is completely different from our own. And people are like, no, I don't want my child to read that. Why? I will let my kids read it. I read it. I love it. But that's just me. I want them to know everything. Anna is here. Hello, hello. Coming in to hit the like button and say hi. Thank you, thank you. Christina says you can look up discussion questions for the books too. Ooh, I might do that. Christina says hi to Anna. My version has 61 chapters. If yours is the same, then we can make it work. I don't know. I will look during the sprints. Because like I said, it's divided into Well, that's all the endnotes. It's divided into 3 sections, like 3 volumes, but then each section, each volume has, like, the first one had 23. The next 2 have like 20 chapters and 19 chapters. So I don't know. I don't know if it's why they did that. It seems like it's the entire story, but I'm thinking maybe I just buy a simple different copy. I don't know. We'll look. I'll see. Kiana said, OMG, I forgot to tell you all, my oldest and youngest daughters are now readers. They love to read now. Yay! We love it. Kelly says this Wednesday with the Raven Scholar, we'll get up to chapter 22. There you go. Thank you, thank you. And that's probably within the 200s, roughly. So yeah, chapter 22. We're starting at what, chapter 10, and then we'll get up to chapter 22. Ooh, there might be some short chapters in there. That's a lot of chapters. But I am so excited to continue. This is quite the interesting book. Ren says, that's amazing, Kiana. My mom got me into reading too. Ren says, I think Animal Farm is doable with a side of Spark Notes. Gotcha. Ren, the big classic that I want to read is Crime and Punishment, but I haven't built up the momentum for that one yet. Ooh, that is a big one. Christina says, I have 2 versions of Pride and Prejudice, and they both just have chapters. Okay, so I don't know what mine is then, because it has volumes and chapters. So yeah, I'll see about getting a new copy. If it just has chapters, then that's probably better. Kiana says hello to Anna. Christina says, yay, Kiana, love that. Yes, we do. Kiana says, my version has 61 chapters. Okay, so I don't know why this why is this one so weird? Why does this one have like chapters and volumes? Because now, like, I don't know. Is this, and it doesn't say, I wonder if it says like, see, like here's chapter 1, but this is volume the second, and it's 130 pages in. I don't know. And then the 3rd section, I'm so baffled by this book now. The 3rd section starts, I don't like these pages either. See, it says, so the volume, the 3rd is here, and it starts at 237. So what is this? This is the 2nd section. The 2nd section only has 19 chapters, and so does the 3rd section. It only has 19 chapters. I don't like this. I might get rid of this version, to be honest. I'll donate it to my library or something once I find a proper edition. That's so weird. What is that? 23 and 19 and 19. I'm not doing the math properly, so 23 plus 19 plus 19. That's 61 chapters. But why is it broken up into sections? Is my question. I don't like it. Kelly says, yes, Kiana, you did it. Ren says, I remember all the kids in my class who weren't allowed to read Harry Potter read the Chronicles of Narnia instead, since C.S. Lewis is a Christian author, so they were more comfortable with that one. And see, I was quite the opposite. I read Harry Potter, but never read the Chronicles of Narnia. Don't know why. I did find a bind-up of all of the books of the Chronicles of Narnia. You'll see that in one of my videos coming up soon, because I got it for Christmas. I still have to do my Christmas haul. Kiana says, yes, they have library cards and are always down to go to Barnes & Noble. Yep. Both versions have 61 chapters too. Yeah, I don't know why mine's broken up into parts. It's weird. Ren says, fun fact, I'm still on chapter 11 for the Raven Scholar. Didn't read any this weekend, but my physical copy delivers tomorrow. Ooh. Very nice, very nice. I did catch up. I got caught up on Raven Scholar. And I finished My Last Breath. So that was my first book for boot camp, and now I'm on my second book, which is City of Ashes. So I still have Throne of Glass, I Medusa, and Storm the Castle. And I still have to finish The Heroes Kill Everyone. But then I also have to get I have to find my copy of the book club book for Shore Leaf. So I still have quite a bit of reading, but I still have quite a bit of month left. So well, I'll get there. We'll see how many books I finish for boot camp. I'm estimating at least 2 to 3 because we're almost done. So we'll see. Kelly says, thank you for checking, Christina. That gives us a place we can establish places for everyone to stop without specific page numbers. Yes. Sock says they might be recreating how it was originally published. Oh, I don't like it. They should just keep it the way it is. Kelly says it's in the public domain. They can do whatever they want with it. True. You're welcome. One has it in Roman numerals, lol. And it's an omnibus of Austen, though, and so pretty. Oh, interesting. Sock says it was originally published in 3 separate volumes released at the same time. I wonder if that's what this is then. Like it's a continuation, but that's the quote unquote 3 volumes. We'll see if it works for the book club. If not, I'll just buy another copy. That's where I'm at with it. Christina says the other is mass market. Interesting. Kelly says, I mean, we won't start it until March, so you have some time. Yeah, for sure. Actually, I think we'll start it April, the first Wednesday in April, if I calculated it right. Because, let's see, because all of January is Raven Scholar, and then in February, the first 2 Wednesdays in February will be Raven Scholar, and then we have the discussion in February, and then we'll start our second book, the Book of Doors, and that's, you said, was 400 pages, 100 pages a week. So then that puts us having the discussion for Book of Doors the last Wednesday in March. So then we would start the third book. 1, 2, 3, and possibly have the discussion one of the last 2 Wednesdays in April, and then we would have to pick our next book. If I did my maths correctly. We figure it out, though. We're good. Sweet, so you're not too far ahead of us, Ren. Yeah. Kelly, you'll just have to find the chapter we stop on. We'll get it all organized before we start, so you can mark it. You shouldn't need another book. That would be nice. It's just, I think it's just weird that, like, if you guys all have, like, 61 chapters, even though mine is 61 chapters, but it's just broken up, I think that's what's throwing me off, and it'll be fine. I just have to get over the fact that it's different. All right, with that being said, that was the last comment that I see. I'm going to switch to our final sprint banner, and we're going to pull up the cat so that we can do our final sprint. And actually, it's probably going to have, well, no, we should be fine. Because even though I'm going until 3, I think, I can go a little over because I don't think there's anyone sprinting directly after me. So I think Coda is the next one at 6. So, and it's 2:38 my time. So there's no way I'm going to finish by 3. Maybe I'll just do a smaller sprint. We'll do a 30-minute sprint, and then we'll do the chatty bit. And that way I'm not too thrown off. Kelly says yours is 61 too, so I'm sure it's all the same material. We shall see. I'm gonna use this one. I'll use it, and if it becomes an issue, or if it's different in some way, then I'll let you know when it happens, and I'll go from there. Kelly says, I'm going to shower and head to In Real Life Book Club. Thank you for sprints. You're so welcome. Thanks for stopping by and hanging out. And I hope your book club goes well. Have all the fun discussions. Sock says, I'm ducking out for a nap. Catch you later. Have a good nap. Thanks for coming and hanging out. All right, I'm going to start that one. That was our last comment. Here's our last sprint. Did I pull it up? No, I did not. Here is the timer. Let's go ahead and start our final sprint. 30 minutes, not as long, so make it count. All right. How did everybody do on that final sprint? That went very quickly. I went and checked on the family, and I wanted to see if I had already done, the dinner menu for this week, which I have not. So I told my husband that we are going to do that when I get out. Because I like for the family to participate in what we're eating, especially since one of my little ones, he fights on everything. So if I figure if he can help choose the part of the dinner menu with us, then he's more likely to eat it because I can say, you picked this recipe, so everybody has to try it. And I do give them you have to at least try it before you reject it. But he likes to, like, if I tell him what we're having for dinner beforehand, he goes, nope, I don't like that. Nope, I don't want that. Nope, I don't like this. And it's pretty much everything. Like, we had spaghetti, and he was just like, nope, I don't like spaghetti. I'm not eating. And he's very adamant about it. I don't know why he does that, but so this year I'm trying to come up with creative ways to help him not do that. So I figure if he can help make the dinner menu, and maybe he can help me cook it, that also gives them we can help, we can cook, we can pick, and then they're learning skills. So hopefully that'll work out. If none of that works, I don't know. I don't know what to do. That sprint, so I went and checked on them, checked on the dinner menu. I finished my list of now I can't find it. There it is. My list of things that I want to complete this year. I finished off that list. I started another list for reading journal page ideas. So we're going to start designing those pages and putting them in the book. And then I can start to work through setting up and getting ready for February. That way it's set up before February gets here. Not that I'm already thinking about February, because I don't want to think that far ahead. Let's see what you guys got up to, and then we will skedaddle. We left off as Socks was ducking out for a nap. Hopefully they are having a wonderful nap. I tried to say be sure to hydrate, but for some reason I added a Q in there. I think I was going for an exclamation. So I corrected myself and said to stretch. So make sure you're stretching and hydrating. I still have some of my water left, but that's almost gone. Molly came in. Hi all. Been trying to jump the car I borrowed because my car won't start, and now the borrowed car won't, and it's blocking my car. So still no car running, but I did find my purse. Doo-da, doo-da. Hey, Win-Win, you found your purse. I'm sorry that you're having such car trouble. Like, that stinks. The fact that your car's not working, but then you borrowed one and now it's not working. It sucks. Hopefully you got it working and can do the things that you need to do. Hopefully your car will get working again soon. And I always love when I find things that I haven't been able to find. Christina is putting in all of the reminders. Here's the bootcamp readathon announcement, TBRs, and recommendations lists. Be sure to check those out. She also sends the recruits remember to salute the like button and make sure to report for duty by subscribing, and be sure to stop by the mess hall and get some hydration in. I will take that as a hint. And take a sip. Also, if you stop by the mess hall, let us know what you had. Post pictures in the Discord. Recruits also stop by the arts and crafts tents. Post pictures of your projects in the Discord as well. I believe I have posted 2 of my projects, so you can check those out. I built myself a second DVD shelf. And I also repainted my 3-drawer chest. So you can see pictures of those. I have to decide on what my next project is going to be. Christina also posted the bootcamp Discord link, so be sure to check that out. Kiana says, I didn't really get to read, but I secured some coffee. Hey, that is half the battle, because if you can get coffee, then the coffee energizes, then you can do other things. I had my coffee this morning, and I kind of feel like I need more, but I also know that water will help. I probably needed more than coffee. Ren made it to 25%, chapter 16. Thanks for sprints, Alicia. You're so welcome. I'm glad you were able to get some reading done. Christina says, fighting this nap my body wants, but don't have time for. Hey, if your body's saying you need a nap, you might want to listen. Even if it's just for like 30 minutes, you'll be amazed at how energized you get just off of a 30-minute nap, because your body's saying you need it. Try to take like a power nap. Molly says, sorry I missed your sprints today. Chaos reigned over here. No worries. That's a lot to handle, so no worries. You were able to stop in and say hello, and that is enough. You were here. It counts. Christina says, thanks for hosting today, Alicia. Have a beautiful day. You as well. Thanks for coming and hanging out with me and posting all of the links. You're amazing as always. Here is the bootcamp convoy. And if you are not on the convoy, you can report to the next drill instructor, your booktube bestie, Coda, at 6 p.m. Eastern Time. I will be in the comments. I don't think I'll be able to join on screen. I want to try to before this ends, but it's not lining up with the schedules. So we'll see. I'll at least be in the comments, if nothing else. So there are those. I will take a quick peek to see who is still sprinting now. So if you need to go to other sprints, let's see. I will post a couple of links here unless Christina beats me to it. But Katie is currently still sprinting. I don't know if she is going to leave anytime soon. We have the Craft With Me live sprints on Tallulah's channel. So I believe they're on their last sprint, but be sure to check that out. We also have Jessie Kiwi is doing some sprints. And the last one I see on my end is Kita is doing Arc Madness. If I can type. So we have tons of options. Molly said, thank you, my friend. You're so welcome. I hope you get everything figured out, because I know having that kind of trouble is not fun at all. There is the link to Katie's. Again, I think she might be ending, not 100% sure. Tallulah is doing crafty sprints, and she's on her last one. Christine posted that one as well. That is the Maker's Quest 2026 Crafting and Productivity Sprints. I actually put on my list of things to be completed this year. I'm going to go through because I have several cross-stitch projects that I have started and for whatever reason have had to set aside. So I'm going to find them all, make sure that they're all organized in their own Ziplocs, like gallon-sized Ziplocs, and then if they can fit. And then I will just one by one systematically go through and finish them. So that's part of my finish this year list. So I will be having these sprints in the background for sure. And Kita, Christina says, if you are not on the shuttle, join in. Kita at Resistance Book Club is 3 p.m. Eastern, so she has started. There's the link for that. I posted that one as well, but Christina beat me to it. That's Jessie Kiwis. This is the Kita Arc Madness. That was the one that Christina posted. Anna is doing the New Year's-a-thon sprints at 4 EST. There's the link for that. I will most likely be sprint hopping now, so I can be in the comments. And if you are not on the convoy, report to Coda's sprints at 6 p.m. So we have plenty of options today for sprinting. There's Kita and Jessie and Katie and Anna. Coda at 6. So we will be doing all of the things today. All of the things. And it looks like Katie has finished, so don't go to hers. She is done. But you can go to the crafting one and Jessie's and Kita's. Anna's going to be starting soon. So we have options. We have options, my friends. All right. With that being said, I do not see... Oh, there's one snuck in. Christina says, Tiffany from the Beach Bum Bookworm is also sprinting at 4 Eastern. Ooh, I will have to check hers out as well. I believe I have her subscribed. If not, I will. So all of the sprints to check out. Let me go ahead and turn off our banner. Otherwise, when I come in for the next one, it'll still be going across the bottom. I don't know why that is. And Christina says, Tiffany's is also a scavenger hunt discussion, a book set in your bucket list country. Interesting. I need to know more about this. Trying to think. There's a lot of bucket list countries. A book set in a bucket list country. I do want to go to England, like London and all them. And I have a couple of friends I would like to go visit over there. I couldn't tell you what kind of book would be based in London, but I'm sure I could find one. Maybe a Beth O'Leary. I know a couple of hers are based in the UK and whatnot. Ooh, exciting, exciting. All right, well, that is the bottom of the comments that I see. I am going to go eat some lunch because I did finish my mint bark there, but I'm still hungry. So we're going to go find a mid to late lunch unless husband has other plans. Thanks for coming and hanging out with me today. Be sure to look out for new content coming because I'm going to film some videos today and those will go up next week. And then also the 100 Pages Book Club has sprints again Wednesday night at 8:30 Eastern Time. And I will see you guys all in the chats and the comments and in the videos and live streams. I hope you guys were able to get some stuff done. I hope you have a great weekend and a good week ahead. And I will see you guys next time.